It's like basically 11, so I think I'll start. Oh, good, my captions work. That's great. Momo is currently here on my desk, looking for attention. Oh, okay. Well. I'm gonna let him out. Come here. Alright, he's been dealt with. Okay. I haven't streamed in forever. How come my auto captions aren't working right now? They were a second ago. There we go. Sometimes they're just laggy. Okay, I already have ZBrush started, so here's what I've decided to do. Because I ended up doing a test run with my partner last night with ZBrush Core Mini. And when I was researching for my Sculpting for Dummies video, I was like, well, users who are interested in sculpting and want to like eventually learn ZBrush, they can use ZBrush Core Mini because it's like a very watered down free version of ZBrush. But like, I didn't think it was gonna be that bad. So it's basically like asking people to solve a calculus question using Lego blocks, which is great. So I actually can't, like, in good faith, really recommend ZBrush Core Mini anymore. Like, it's so... It would be literally fine if Sculptors Pro wasn't enabled all the time, but it is. And, like, no one's gonna really understand, like, how bad that is. Like, when my partner was doing it, he just, like, didn't really understand, like, why I was so bothered. But it was not fun. He had a good time, though. I moved my mic over on the other side of my desk, so hopefully you won't hear, like, my keyboard noises quite as much. But you're gonna hear, like, me moving around as usual, but also my pen on the screen. Because now I'm actually working on a display tablet, which is pretty cool. But yeah. Okay. Hi, Zone Kami. Okay, let's set up my device capture. Oh fuck. Okay. I gotta fix this. You can call me Hal or Naomi. Neither is fine, or either is fine. I also like baiting people and then calling me Nya so that they can Nya on my behalf, which is pretty funny. Hi, Plant Bunny. Hi. Oh my god. Those can go away. I just giga cleared my throat. We ball. Alright, I think we're good. So what I've decided to do is, I realize that ZBrush is extremely inaccessible to a lot of people, and I'm just gonna put it out there that there are permanent licenses floating around online. You can take with that as you will. You can actually no longer get permanent licenses legally from Maxon because they just stopped offering them because it's a disgusting company. And the only other legal way to get a license is by buying somebody else's license and transferring that over to you. I still like ZBrush no matter what. I don't think I'm going to permanently switch to Blender. But for the purposes of this class and demonstration, I will be using Blender after I do something in ZBrush. Mostly because that way you can see how I sculpt in ZBrush, and I'm going to do like the same kind of sculpt. I'm not going to do anything crazy. But you can just see how I sculpt and then how I'm going to transfer that to Blender. And that also gives people time to get their stuff ready, eat, be ready for the stream, stuff like that. So we'll probably be sculpting in Blender in about 30 minutes or so. I just wanted to do something quick in ZBrush, one to warm up, and two, like, it just gives people time to get ready, get things loaded and installed, their tablet. Zonkami, yeah, so who was it? Pixelogic was the company that created ZBrush, and then they got bought out by Maxon right when I finished college, I think in like 2022. And that was probably the worst thing that's ever happened because Maxon is a very disgusting and predatory company who has just made ZBrush into a worse product for consumers. It was already a high price point, but you could buy a permanent license forever for like, I think it was like 900 USD. And because of how good this program is and how like nothing replaces it for me right now, I was going to pay for it and I can't. But yeah. Oh, whoa, you shouldn't even be sculpting over 5 million words to begin with. Oh, Zone Kami, that's a bot. Also, yay, thank you, Plant Bunny. Yeah, I learned how to model before I sculpted, but sculpting helped me model as well. A lot of sculpting is pretty low poly, so yeah, oh, it's good to know that my chat is working also. Yeah, low poly nation, I really like low poly stuff. I used to have an input overlay, which I really want to work. Let me just do some gestures really quick and see what happens. Nothing happens, it's great. Oh, I think I moved it. There we go. Let's go find this really quick. Okay, yeah, I just moved it. That's why it didn't work like that one time, too. Add-ons. fix that. Because a lot of modeling is very input based, I'm sure, as some of you know. We're part of the modeling nation. Okay, it works. Cool. Oh, and before I get started, this will hopefully help people who want to learn how to sculpt by giving them something approachable to sculpt with. So I find a lot of people, including myself, when they first start sculpting, they don't know what to sculpt. Like, they'll probably like follow along with the tutorial, and then, or they'll just like watch like a quick start guide, like Flip Normal's quick start guide, and it'll just like kind of, it's basically like a demonstration of like all the brushes, and that doesn't really point people in the right direction on what they should start as a good beginner project in terms of their skills. So I find a lot of people like jump into like creating a head, and then they're like, oh my god, I suck, this is horrible, sculpting just isn't for me, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. You just need to find something that works with your skill level and will level you up slowly and over time, but it also has to be something that will keep your interest too. You can't just like do random exercises and then like not be actually interested, because then you're not going to learn anything. So I created this little image here that has a bunch of Pokemon, and these are some good introductory Pokemon that you can start sculpting. So for people who have never modeled or never sculpted before, I would probably start at level 1. And I put Pokemon at level 1 that have extremely simple shapes with very few plane changes. So what I mean by that is like something like Igglybuff, the second from the top. It's basically a sphere with like 4 extrusions, like 4 limb extrusions, and then 3 like little bubbly extrusions at the top, and then just carved out facial details. Like, that is so simple. You could just like get a sphere and then like extrude that out. Same with Cleffa, Poliwag. Wooper has a little bit more to the extrusions, so I kind of like ordered them from like least to most difficult. But this I would recommend for people who have never modeled or never sculpted before, and also people who don't draw. But it's also just good as a starting point. It won't take that, well, it will take long if you are a beginner still, but. And then level 2, you get some more plane changes. So like you can see with like Porygon 2 versus like Swinub or Igglybuff, like there's still super simple shapes, but there's just more of them. And like, or the extrusions that they have are a little bit more in depth. So with Gengar, for example, he has the same kind of extrusions, like 2 arms, 2 legs that the others do, but he has little more extrusions on his like little fingers. And then level 3 has some more plane changes on the main body. So you can even see with Pikachu how the highlight on his snout indicates that there's a plane change there, and that means that like he has like a visible snout. Other ones like Chansey have like a flat face with like extrusions or like facial details carved in. But things on the level 3 have like more plane changes on the main body. Plus they're going to have more extrusions. And then level 4 has a lot more complicated anatomy. So you can even see like on Charizard, he actually has indications of like the collarbone, the deltoid, knees, stuff like that. But something like Dragonite is complete like cylindrical, like puffy, cloudy little shapes. Stuff like that. So because the 2 people in chat here have already kind of modeled before, I think I'm going to start with something on level 2. I ended up doing a demonstration with my partner with level 1, and we did Cleffa. We did that in ZBrush Core Mini, so you can actually see for yourself when it eventually makes it to the video how dumb ZBrush Core Mini is, from someone who like started in ZBrush and then went to Core Mini. So, oh yeah, I should probably say which one I'm doing. I'm probably gonna start with Porygon 2 because he's really cute. And this was my PRF board. Let's get some Porygon 2 images. Porygon 2 is so cute. So for Zonkami, ZBrush has three main versions. They have regular ZBrush, or like you could call it like ZBrush for desktop, since they've introduced the iPad application. And then they also have kind of a boiled down version called ZBrush Core, which is still a subscription. You still have to pay for it, but it has less features and it's cheaper. So it's kind of like it's like a lower down, watered down, still paid version of ZBrush. And then they also released an even more watered down version of the watered down version of ZBrush. And they called that ZBrush Core Mini. So you have ZBrush for desktop, or like ZBrush full version. And then you have ZBrush Core, which is like the core features of ZBrush. And then you have ZBrush Core Mini. So I think like the pricing was like ZBrush is like $60 a month, I think, which is insane. It might be more. And then like Core Mini, or just Core, sorry, was like half that price, I think. And then Core Mini is free. But we can try to make something in Core Mini later, and you can see how not fun it is. But if you don't have any sculpting knowledge, then maybe it's fun. And then ZBrush also came out with a iPad version to compete with Nomad Sculpt. And they released a free version of it. But I don't actually know how good it is. Oh, I don't remember. Did I stress? Well, we can always just go over like the footage, but yeah. Okay, so when you first start in ZBrush, for the zero amount of people who have it, because it's ridiculous to get, I'm just going to zoom through this, because we're basically just going to look at this like a demo that you're not necessarily supposed to follow around with. What did I do with my pen? I have another one charging. I'm just going to grab. Okay. So we're going to view this starting bit as more of an introduction, and you can kind of see how I sculpt in ZBrush. And this will take probably about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. And I'm just going to briefly explain what I'm doing, and then we're going to work in Blender together. And we're probably going to make, well, we'll vote on it, but we'll make one of these. So ZBrush is cringe, and you have to grab a primitive. Well, first of all, you have to get rid of that. Make that go away. And you grab a primitive, drag it, hit edit, and then you hit make polymesh 3D, and then you can sculpt on it. It takes that long. Navigating in ZBrush with the pen is great. It is better than any other program. Any other program. I still have not met a program that has as good navigational tools as ZBrush with the pen. So if you like click on the outside of your sculpt and you just drag along with either your left mouse button or your pen, it'll rotate. If you hold Alt and then do the exact same thing, you'll pan. And if you hold Alt and then put your pen on the tablet, and then you let go of Alt, it'll swap to a zoom mode. And this is consistent among all versions of ZBrush. So if anyone ends up downloading ZBrush Core Mini, this is the exact same way that you would sculpt. I personally have my own custom UI set up here. For some reason it's kind of small. Why is it small? No, it's all over there. Oh, that's good enough. The way that I personally like sculpting in ZBrush, and this is how I did one of my demos I don't know if it's going to make it into the final video, but I did a demo where I basically sculpt kind of like how you guys would model in low poly. So you can see right now that this sphere that I've generated has a bunch of polygons, and we can see each individual one. And for those who don't know what a polygon is, you can see how there's a bunch of squares here. That is one polygon. But you can also constitute a polygon at 3. So triangles or quads, or technically any other things, but then they would be n-gons, but they're all polygons, kind of. The amount of polygons make up the resolution of the sphere. So we can see that on the right hand side here we have active points, and this is just letting me know how many, kind of like what my resolution is. What I like to do is I like to initialize, and I'll make my X resolution 4, my Y 4, and my Z 4. And then I hit Q sphere, and it just makes my sphere way more low poly. It also gives it a bunch of polygroups. Polygroups will not make sense for those who are first starting out, so I'm going to try to keep them to a minimum. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it all one polygroup. And you can see how little polygons we have on this. We've reduced our total points to 98. We're now under 100 polygons. And you really do not need much more to make so many simple shapes. So I'm going to get rid of the polyfill, and this is Shift plus F. This just lets me see, like, one in color too, but also like the actual polygons. I use it quite often. You can think of the subtool stack kind of like a stack of all of your meshes. This will exist in Blender as well. As for initializing, I don't think that exact option exists in Blender, but you can like deform things. This would essentially be what is considered an icosphere in Blender. So I'll probably be working in those when we switch to Blender. Also, again, feel free to stop me if you don't understand something. If I breeze through a concept, it's because I know this concept well, and I am extremely privileged in knowing this concept. 99% of people on this planet do not understand what a polygon is in terms of 3D space, like resolution, stuff like that. So if you need me to explain something, even while I'm doing the ZBrush demonstration, explaining concepts is very important because it'll make the Blender time easier. So please tell me. And I'm actually going to move the chat over so that I can see it a little bit better. So usually what I like to do is I like to keep a copy of this, but I'll also set it up so that I can just duplicate this sphere as many times as I need to. So I've already removed the poly grouping from this. I'm going to try to keep poly grouping to a minimum right now, especially for Blender as well. You can do an equivalent in Blender. I'm going to try to keep it to a minimum because that's a little bit more advanced, but it's super helpful. But that is what I do. And then I'm also going to turn on symmetry. The thing with ZBrush is that all of its UI is scattered around everywhere. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to like make your own UI. For Blender, this isn't quite as much of a problem, just more hotkey based. And I think its sculpting is more approachable than ZBrush's. But if you ever find yourself in ZBrush, I think it's under transform somewhere. Yeah. But I also have a hotkey. In ZBrush Core Mini, it's super easy. So now that I have all these things ready on this thing, I usually keep a copy, so I'm going to duplicate it, and that's kind of my master copy, and I just use it all the time. So if we're starting with Porygon, let's make him a little bit bigger. The first thing I do is I want to make the main shape of his body. So it's not exactly the most easy to describe shape, but it's almost kind of like a smoothed out football-ish. So we're going to try to eyeball that shape. The main tool that I use when it comes to sculpting the way that I like to sculpt is I will use the move brush like crazy. It is my favorite brush. It will do anything I want. ZBrush has a billion thousand tools. This is going to look insane. Blender has less. They're more targeted. ZBrush has a bunch of crap. Like a lot of like inserted mesh stuff. You don't need to worry about them. I have my most common ones over here. And you can also use a lot of shortcuts. So B or space where you click here will bring up the menu. And then, stop. You can see how a lot of brushes have like icons on them. So you can hit M for move, and it will also like bring down more brushes. So B and V is for move. It's a really weird system. A lot of people customize it, but I like it. And I'm just gonna start moving the shape the way that I want. If I press spacebar, it'll let me make my draw size bigger. And this means that like the more bigger of a brush I have, the more polygons are gonna come with it. And the reason why I start so low is because it's so easy to move low polygons into a desired shape, as long as you're not too low. And this is why low poly is such an interesting art form for modeling. It's because you can get so far with so little. The more polygons you have, the more lumpy it's going to end up being, and the harder it is to control when you're sculpting. So for those who are into low poly, you're probably going to find it a little bit easier to start with this kind of method than if you just like go raw with like really high fidelity polygons. So we're making this guy. And I actually got my Epic pen working because I forgot. Let's get rid of that. I was drawing Cleffa. So Porygon's shape is kind of like a weird football. So we're going to start with this. I'm just kind of pushing it out. This method of, in quote, sculpting, I call this transformative sculpting or translative. When we start getting into more details, you'll see the other two, but this is how I start almost all of my sculpts, is I'll start with big broad shapes and then I'll kind of translate them and transform them into the building blocks that I want, and then I'll start adding and subtracting details. So right now we're just transforming the shape into what we're looking for, and we can always change it later if we keep it low poly, which we should. Something that I noticed my partner doing a lot was he knew kind of what shape he wanted. He wanted something like eggy, but he would grab one and then pull it out until he got the shape that he wanted, which might end up being more destructive for what you're doing. This will apply to any sculpting software. So I would actually recommend doing small gestures, and this keeps, one, it's less destructive because one stroke does less. It's kind of like coloring too much on one stroke and then having, like, you go outside the line, then you have to undo, and then you realize that you just lost like a ton of coloring. But also because it's easier to control. So for now I'm going to go with this. Again, we can always change it later. A lot of shapes are defined by the context of other shapes that exist. So right now this shape might look good for now, but when we start adding the other shapes and we start realizing, hey, this relationship isn't looking quite as good, you're going to start noticing things you hadn't seen before when you only saw this one shape in isolation. So a lot of shapes inform the context of other shapes, and moreover, a lot of shapes will help the viewer understand what you're looking at if they see it in relation to other shapes. Which might not make sense right now, but for example, if you have like a very simple arm, but then you can also see boobs, you can pretty much kind of connect the dots and be like, oh, okay, that's just like a very rectangular arm. You don't actually have to represent the entire arm. So now that we've created this guy, I'm going to go back to that master copy. This is why I keep it, and I'm just going to duplicate it. Now I have another one. So now we're going to start using the 3D gizmo to start moving things around. So this is consistent among all industry standard programs except for Blender. No problem. If you hit the W key, you're going to bring up this gizmo, and this is basically another way of translating or transforming a 3D mesh. So if you grab any of these, it's going to move it around. If you grab any of these, it's going to scale it. It's just going to like make it bigger. And if you use any of these rotational things, it's going to rotate it. Can't actually see it because it's in the middle of another shape. So I'm going to move it up. And because symmetry is still on, just make sure that you're aware of that, because it might do some weird things if you, well, sometimes it does weird things. So now that we've moved this shape up here, it's probably gonna have to come up a little bit. He's kind of duck looking, I just realized that. Now that we have him to the side, kind of looks like his head is tilted forward a bit. So I'm gonna move it like that. And then I'm gonna briefly make his head a little bit more like of a wide egg shape. Okay. Now let's make his little weird feet over here. So I'm gonna go back to my master, duplicate, and then I'm gonna bring it, let's bring it to the right. So when you have symmetry on, you're gonna notice this little origin point here, and it's basically telling you where that other shape would be if it existed on the other side of the X symmetry line. So in the same way that we're like, if you're working in Photoshop and you have like the X symmetry in the middle of your canvas, it also works the exact same here. So it's splitting this into the middle, and it's showing you, hey, if you duplicate or like if you like mirror this and weld it or whatever, it's going to end up being over there. You can even manipulate it from the other mirrored point. Even though nothing exists, it's still referencing two mirrored points. You can just hover over it and change it. So if we want to bring that guy over here, we can mirror, or we can mirror and weld it. Right now we don't have to weld it because they're not intersecting, so we don't have to worry about that. This is just something that I use a lot later. We're just gonna mirror it over. And then, oh, rip. Never mind. He's mirror and weld, I lied. Mirror and weld, I think, can be found in geometry. But again, because I don't expect anyone to be using ZBrush, I'm not gonna worry about it. Also, I will send my UI if anyone is interested. If anyone finds a permanent license, for example. So let's just move these into place. Also, again, of course, ZBrush or Blender has this functionality. I just find it easier on ZBrush. So these are actually a lot simpler shapes, so I think I can actually just get away with scaling this thing and starting my shape that way. And they're a little bit smaller, so we can make it smaller by grabbing here, and we'll just scale it from the middle point and then move it back over. I think I have to bring it up, maybe? Oh no, yeah. The thing with Blender and all 3D software is that a lot of things can fly over your head really easily, which is why I really want people to ask me to stop. I had to do this a lot when I was learning how to rig. Oh, yay! I had to make my professor stop all the time when I was learning how to rig. Because when you become informed on something and you become like a teacher, you start losing, like, you just become very privileged with the information that you have, and you don't understand what people will get stumped by. So I would bug him all the time. Also, hold on, I'm gonna redo this because I just did it by accident. Something that I really, really, really like about ZBrush is how easy it is to manipulate this transform tool. In Blender, I don't really know how to do it, and I've never really seen anyone do it. Don't really know. But if you hold Alt, you'll unlock this guy. And you can move this origin point anywhere you want on this mesh. And that changes the way that this gizmo will affect your mesh. So if anyone's ever worked in like Photoshop or like Clip Studio, when you hit like Control T transform, and you see like that like weird like dot in the middle of your transformation selection, that's your origin point. So if you move that origin point like to like the bottom right of the selection and you hit rotate, it's going to rotate from the bottom right of wherever you put that origin point. And this is so powerful in ZBrush because a lot of times you need to transform it from a very certain point to get a thing that you want, or you want to rotate it from a certain point. Like when I'm posing, for example, and I like work with all my shapes and I start posing, I want to rotate from where that bone exists on the body. And that origin point is going to be different for everything. So if I'm like rotating an arm, for example, say this is an arm, like this is where like the fingers would be, this is like the shoulder. I would hold Alt and then move this, and that now changes the origin point of this. And anytime I make any translation, it translates from that point. So if this was an arm, I'm now moving the arm like from where the actual shoulder would be. If I'm in the middle and I'm making translations, it's so not helpful to me. So this is like the best thing about ZBrush, and it probably does exist in Blender. It's just I haven't really seen anybody use it, if it does exist. So, okay, let me catch up with chat. Everything becomes second nature, isn't it? Yes. And it's so hard to keep myself updated with the youngin trends on, like, because you just lose what was so difficult to you in the first place, because it just becomes part of you. Which is why I have to humble myself all the time. Oh, thank you, Plant Bunny. I'm really glad, because I try not to get too ahead of myself. I'm very familiar with this program, and I talk about it in the video that I'll eventually release when it's done. But me and ZBrush did not get along. Me and Sculpting did not get along. Me and Blender didn't get along. And I genuinely thought, like, I just don't think I'm cut out for 3D. I think I'm just never gonna do it. And then lo and behold. Okay. I'm gonna keep his little feet pointed down. And we're gonna leave these feet for now. If you want this little tool to go away, you can hit Q. It'll just get rid of it. Be gone. Now let's make the tail, and then we're going to make the beak, and then the neck. And then once I have all those elements together, then we can start evaluating, okay, like what's looking out of place. Like now that we have all the shapes sketched in, you're going to start seeing, caught over 30, Pokemon? You're going to start seeing what isn't looking right. So let's make the tail the same way that we made everything else. Move it. Let's make it smaller, because like it looks like at the base of the tail it's quite small, and then it starts getting pretty big. No problem, Zone Kami. Let's make this even smaller. This tail might be a good example of remeshing, so I'm just gonna try something and then I'll explain. So what I'm thinking is maybe I'll grab this. Okay. Here's where the limits of low poly starts coming in. You can see how we're now not enough polygons to make the shape that I want, which is this. We're gonna need a lot more polygons in order to make this shape. So let me see if I can push this out as much as I can. Like this is as far as I'm gonna take this thing. I'm now reaching the limits. This is another reason why I like ZBrush a lot. Just gonna get rid of this. Is how simple and easy it is to kind of like go from thing to thing. Personally, I just find it quicker than Blender. I'm sure someone in Blender would find it quicker in Blender because they learned Blender. But this is something that I like about ZBrush a lot. So we're now at maximum capacity for all of these polygons. We could try to shift the existing polygons down here around, but we should just also remesh the entire thing. If you remesh a shape, it means that it's recalculating all of the polygons that exist on this shape. And it's going to like apply all those new polygons. Yeah, so if you stretch it out before you remesh it, this is basically telling ZBrush what I want. So it's like, alright, I can see kind of what you're looking for. When I hit remesh after applying the settings that I want, it'll start applying those polygons to this shape that I've extruded. If I went back all the way back here and then I hit remesh, it's gonna be like, why do you need a remesh? Like, it's literally already a sphere. Like, this is perfect. So if I hit remesh, it's not gonna do a whole lot for me. It's not helping me. But if I push it to the shape that I'm looking for and then I hit remesh, it's gonna be like, oh, okay, I'll give you enough polygons, whatever. So I have this on my UI because I use it so often. This is the target polygon count, and it doesn't actually, it's kind of like a percentage. Try not to think about it too hard, but when I'm working in low poly like I do now, I just make it go all the way to 0.1, or the lowest it can go. I'm going to keep adaptive size at 50. Don't worry about that for now. These are some other remeshing options. Don't worry about that for now either. I actually only ever really change it to half if I like really need it, but that very rarely really ever happens. So for beginners, I would only worry about this. And then here's the Z remesh button. So because I have the polyfill on, you can see how cringe these polygons are now. If I hit Z remesher, it's going to take a few seconds, and now it's Z remeshed that exact shape that already existed, including all like the weird polygon deformations, onto a shape with more polygons. Since it's kind of ugly, we can start introducing the smoothing tool. So this is an example of transformative change on the mesh. So I said earlier that all sculpting is either additive, subtractive, or transformative. Personally, that's what I feel. And I feel that smoothing is transformative because we're not actually adding and we're not subtracting. We're kind of unifying the polygons that exist on the surface into a nicer shape. So I'm going to hold shift, and this is our universal smooth tool, and this also exists in Blender. And if I lightly go over it, you can see how it's just kind of smoothing out all those polygons. It's not creating any new geometry. It's not getting rid of any geometry. It's just making the existing geometry a little bit smoother. So I think we have enough polygons to make what we want. Ideally, if this was the only shape that you wanted, it's a little bit high poly. And this is when I would start using the half. But because we don't need that, and we're actually going to expand the shape even more to this should be good enough. So BIM is the inflate brush. I use this brush all the time also, and it's super, super useful when you're low poly sculpting. This is another transformative brush, a way of interacting with the mesh. It basically just kind of blows up the mesh that you're selecting, or like you have your brush on. So if I do that here, like low, you see how it's just kind of expanding these polygons outward. I wouldn't consider this additive or subtractive, just transformative. So we've kind of made it chunky. Also, something that I really, really like about smooth is you can also kind of think about the smooth force as like a de-inflation tool sometimes. You can make things smaller because it's going to keep like smoothing out those polygons, and it'll just keep making them smaller. So I can go back down here and I can like smooth this. I'm just going to make it like come to a nicer tip. This is how I make a lot of hair strands. I'll use a lot of deflate, smooth, remesh. That's basically all I'm doing. So by smoothing, I just made it like kind of come to a nice tip. And now we can start transforming this a little bit more with Move Brush. And we can start making these existing polygons into this kind of shape and just kind of like pushing it around. So you can grab the tip and just kind of push it out. This is not ideal geometry, but I'm going to work with it for now, and then we can always remesh it later. So something that might actually be useful when you're working in a lot of shapes like this is the existing shapes might get in the way of the view that you're trying to see. Like I'm trying to see it from the front. You can hit dynamic solo. It just gets rid of everything else on the canvas. It doesn't actually get rid of it forever, just kind of hides it. So now we can look at this and we can see, okay, this is like ton of jutting so we can smooth it to make this transition a little bit nicer. Pull this out, fix this transition. This actually comes to like a wide point pretty early on. I don't hate tries necessarily, but when in about a minute or so, I'm gonna try sculpting on this, and it'll show you what I mean by this is an ideal geometry. So let me just make these changes real quick, and then I'll show you what I mean. So let's make that come out more, this come out more, come to more of a point. Make that thinner. Okay. So this is a good shape. Here's why this is not ideal geometry. Let's make this a little bit smaller. So you can see how this bottom of the tail here has very uniform quads, kind of like a grid over top of it. This means that if I try to change the shape, all of these quads are going to react in a way that I can expect them to. When you're adjusting something in a sculpt, you're really just adjusting a lot of polygons. So a good polygon base, or like a good topology, as we call it, topology refers to how the polygons are laid out on a mesh. If we have good topology, we can expect good deformation, or subtractions, or additions, or anything on the mesh. So if I pull this out, it's kind of expecting how I want it to. You can see how on the edges of the sculpt, and you can even see it here with the silhouette preview, that the edges of the polygons are defining the silhouette of the shape. This is expected. And this is good because we can always make this geometry more dense, and we can kind of, you might have heard this, subdivide it. So if I, for example, and I'm going to undo this, this is just to show you what I mean. I've essentially doubled the amount of polygons, and it smoothed this out. You can't actually see it because it's showing me like what my mesh actually is, but you can actually see like these small little indications. Those are now more squares than my squares, or more polygons than my polygons. However, if you come to something like this, this is no longer like gridded. It's not good topology for sculpting on. It might be good topology for like game topology, which uses a lot of triangles, but it would not be good topology for something like animation or sculpting. And this is because if I try to grab this and I want to bring this out, this is what it's doing. It's only grabbing the topology that exists there, and this is the only point. If this was a grid, like that, I'd just be able to grab it and do what I wanted. But this topology isn't really working with me. It's not doing what I want it to. This also exists if you try to sculpt on it. So if, for example, I made this like really high poly, and then I started trying to add details onto it. So let's pretend we're not working in low poly anymore. Let's just grab, this is just for example purposes. Let's just try sculpting on it. You can see all of these indications of the sculpt are not very uniform. They're not super nice. You can actually see where the topology is coming out. You can see how it's not like a nice uniform shape. If we go back down to this area that has good topology, you can see all the uniform squares. This just means that it's going to react in a way that I want it to. If I try to sculpt on something like this, it might give me some weird artifacts or like shapes that I might not be into. You can still work with it. But yeah. So let's go back. Yeah, Ngons, I don't know, there's this dude on Twitter who's like an Ngon enthusiast. And they're not all bad. It really depends on what you're looking for, but they're really bad for deformation sometimes. They're definitely kind of like contentious in the 3D world. I'm gonna try to not talk about them too much because I don't want to overwhelm but they are contentious if you're a modeler. If you're a sculptor, you don't really need to worry about them too much, because ZBrush, for example, will just kill them automatically. It will just like automatically, it'll be like, hey, there was n-gons on your sculpt. We made them either tris or quads. You're welcome. And it's actually, sometimes I'll bring in my low poly, like retopologized meshes over to ZBrush just to see if I have any accidental n-gons, because it'll always tell me. So anyway, if we want to fix this, we can just try z-remeshing one more time. So we already have it down at 0.1, we can hit remesher. Oops. This kind of gave me what I was looking for, and I think this is good enough. I'm actually going to smooth that. So I think this works so far. Just going to pull this out a tiny. And we're going to turn off dynamic solo, and now we can see it in relation to the rest of the scope. To be honest, I don't know if this is the exact orientation, because the way that this looks, it looks like it's bending that way. But we're just going to keep it for now. Now let's add the beaky beak. So duplicate my main guy, as I always like to do. Let's put him up here. Down. Scale them. We can actually just scale this. So this might be a good time to show you what I mean by moving the thingy gizmo. Since I want to make a point, if I move this guy like so, and then I scale it, it's going to scale it from that point. It's going to do something like that. So this is good. We can also scale it this way too, because I want to make it a little bit flatter. So now let's manually make it come to more of a taper. And I'm also going to bring it out a little bit more this way. And then I think I'm going to angle it a tiny bit. Oh, also, this is another W for having the gizmo at the origin point of like where you want to rotate it from. If I tried rotating this that way, it's not really giving me the rotation that I want. I want this to point downwards from this origin point. And also move it a little bit too. Now let's make the necky neck. Duplicate one more time. Sometimes I just put my shapes like all the way out so that it's not interacting with anything, just so I can focus on the shape itself. This just makes it easier to see what I'm doing. So I'll make it smaller, and then we'll make it taller. And that's kind of all you need to start. And then now we can see it in relation to the other shapes, and we can make adjustments. So like it kind of tapers, so we can push it in a little bit. And it should also rotate this way. So now that we have all the main shapes in, we can start looking at, okay, what's not really making any sense. So for example, this body is way too thin in terms of like width. Oh, also, something really, really important, sorry. I just realized that I was doing this and I wasn't explaining it. To switch from subtools really easily, you can hold down Alt and then click on them with your pen. And you can see how the lighter object is the one that I've selected. This just means that you can just swap from mesh to mesh like super, super quickly instead of going and grabbing it from here. The way that it identifies what you're grabbing is it uses the radius of the brush so you can see like the red space around. So if, for example, like you're trying to grab it and it's not doing anything, you can make your draw size smaller. and it should grab it. So let's make him wider. Kind of like that. And also longer, I feel. But only at the back. So that's why I moved this over here to make it longer at the back specifically. The tail should also probably be bigger in comparison to the rest of his body. I'm going to turn on perspective because this will show the... I don't remember the exact amount of like FOV. I think it's the default for eyes, like human eyesight. So it's just regular perspective distortion. Oops. So let's just make that bigger. Something cute that I want to do is I want to move these feet independently to make them a little bit more interesting. This is something where polygroups is really handy. So now that we've isolated these, we can show the polyframe. And this is green, which means that these are the exact same polygroup. They're grouped together. What I can do is I can hit auto group. This means that it's automatically grouping polygroups based on whether or not they are welded together, and they aren't. They're separate objects, so it's going to assign separate polygroups to them. There's a whole other way of assigning polygroups by using like selection and unselection, which is a lot more advanced. When my professor tried teaching it, it is extremely gestural, and you're going to use it a lot later, but it's kind of hard to grasp, and I found it to be too confusing at the start when I started sculpting, so I'm not going to talk about it. So we're just going to use auto groups for now. So now that we have auto groups, this is a very simple introduction to the selection. I want to keep it very minimal. I don't want to overwhelm anybody. If I press Control and Shift, this is a selection mode. If I hit one object, to turn off symmetry, if I hit one object, it's going to reference this polygroup. It means that I've unselected everything else and only selected this. Hidden in selections plays a big part in changing and like splitting and deleting geometry. So what we can do is we can split this. So we've split the hidden polygons. This means that whatever I hid, which was the other foot, in quote, is now in its own separate subtool. This is again a bit advanced, but the other way to do this with both of them in one subtool is also kind of advanced, so this might be the easiest way to explain it. So we can get rid of dynamic solo. Because we changed, like we moved that other foot over to its own subtool, it's now no longer considered hidden. It's considered hidden by this. You just kind of get rid of it and it'll be back. If for any reason you find that something is missing, like everything's selected here, like you actually have the eyeball on or whatever, and like you're like, oh, I'm missing the thing. It might be because you have a selection. So I think you can like hold Alt and Shift and then like do this, and it should bring everything back. If, for example, that ever happens to you. But this is why I try not to introduce the selection too much, because it's really easy to like get lost. So now we made these two separate. We can control them independently. So I'm just gonna rotate this. If you don't understand the selection stuff, that's okay. You don't have to rotate his little feet. My phone. You may encounter, when it comes to changing selections, where the gizmo doesn't exist on the shape. To do this, you can hold Alt. Okay, I don't know why I was doing that. You can hold Alt, and then you can hit this button, which resets the orientation. So for any reason it was in a weird rotation, it'll reset it. And then you hit this little home button. And it'll go to the axis. That's not what I want. What the heck, man? Hold on. Why are you like this? Oh, sorry, I lied. This button. It's the locating little button here. This will go to the middle point of the mesh itself. Sorry. The home button goes to like the universal home. So if you want to like go to your mesh, you would hit this button. Now it's back here. Okay. Now I'm just going to adjust these shapes a little bit, and then we're going to wrap up. And then we're going to switch to Blender. Make this a little bit wider. This is what I mean also by the kind of advanced thing, where you're moving two things at once. If you hit this button, you can move multiple subtools at once instead of the same subtool. But this is really complicated, so pretend I'm not doing it. Cynical Try says, is there a reason to start from low to high poly while ZBrush sculpting? I thought ZBrush should kind of do the opposite of regular modeling and then retop it afterwards, or is this a model going to be solely low poly? Okay, so this is a really good question because I didn't understand this when I was a beginner, and I just want to not reiterate because I've never said it before. I want to introduce my answer by saying that you can sculpt in a lot of different ways in ZBrush. You can start really high poly, for example. Like you can start, let's ignore this little guy and let's grab a sphere. You can start with the sphere, and you may see a lot of people do this, and this is why there's a lot of misconceptions about how you can sculpt, because everyone does it differently. So if I grab this guy, you can literally start a sculpt by just grabbing a sphere, like this has 8,000 points, and you can just, hit the clay brush tool. Oh, wait. What? There we go. You can just hit the clay brush tool and you can just start sculpting on it. This is something that a lot of people do. You can even make it even more high poly. You can like start this high and start sculpting. This is something that you can do. The reason why I and some other people will start very low poly is because it's much easier to transform shapes when you have less topology. So if, for example, I tried making a change on the shape and I wanted to like do this, it's pretty low poly actually, so it's kind of doing what I want, which is good. But now let's see what happens. I'm just going to subdivide it, for example. So, it might not be that obvious, but this is a little bit of an example of what I mean. So, because this is so low, high poly, we're at 500,000 polygons. When I when I moved that piece, when I moved this piece of the sphere, you see this little line here? If I turn on polyfill, you see how many polygons we're working with. Because we're working with so many polygons, not all the polygons will work together very nicely because there's so many of them. The more polygons that you have, the smoother your shapes are going. Well, there's a give and take. Obviously, if you're working with 5 polygons, you're not going to get that smooth of a shape. But the less polygons that you have, assuming you're not working with 5, the more your shape is going to start moving uniformly with the rest of the polygons because there's less of them. So structural changes are really easy to make when you have less polygons. There's less of that line here than there is on this one. But it's a little bit hard for me to demonstrate on the fly because I find that it works best in a demonstration. Thank you. I'm just going to continue really quick. You still will end up doing a lot of high poly detail, but I find that for me and a lot of other sculptors, even if they're not going as low poly as I do, they'll start low because it means that they can kind of sketch things out and get their idea across and get like the shapes kind of correct. And then once all those shapes are kind of in place, then they're going to start adding more geometry, kind of like increasing your resolution. And it means that you can make a more micro detail on your model. And then once you've like made all the micro detail and it's like a really nice sculpt, then if you're gonna put it into like an animation or like a game, then you would go back and retopologize it. Some people skip this step entirely and they just model from scratch. They don't sculpt, they just do topology. That's how they used to do it, like back before sculpting software existed. But yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Like if you want to sculpt little granny lips, you would start small. But then the more like wrinkles that you want to add, you're going to need a lot more polygons for that. You can think about it as like primary, secondary, and tertiary detail. So if we go back to like Porygon here, this is all primary detail. This is all like big primary shapes. And we don't need polygons for this. We just need a few. This whole model uses 1,000. But yeah. Really quick, here's what I mean by going and adding detail. So just for example's sake, let's say I'm done with this and I have all the shapes that I want and I think they're in a good spot. I would still poke around with this if this was a personal project, but let's just say, for example, I'm done with this stage. This is my sketch, essentially. If you liken this to 2D art, this is like my sketch. So what I would do is have all my pieces. This is what I like to do personally, but I usually put them all in a folder. That way I have a backup of all of my low poly stuff. Get in. And then I'll usually merge it. So it keeps my folder as a backup. Now I have a merged one. Yeah, true. I dynameshed it. Now I want to make this all one universal shape. Yo, Leaf, what up? I didn't think you would come. Are you sculpting build? Let's see. I dynameshed it. Here's a good thing about dynamesh. See all these shapes? All the topology is not, it's all like separate topology. Like they're all like meshing into each other, but they're not actually welded together. What we can do is we can hit like dynamesh, and this will take everything that's in one subtool and it'll just kind of mesh it together, and it'll also remesh it in one. This controls the resolution. So I do this by a lot of like trial and error. So this is pretty low. See, the topology is not that nice, but it's also not that bad either. It's okay. I'm gonna make it maybe a little bit higher. I'm gonna get rid of this. And now we can start turning that mirror on, maybe. So I'm just gonna zoom through this really quick and then we're gonna go to Blender. But I just wanted to show you what I mean by like adding more like high poly detail, I guess. Yay! Thank you, Leaf. Yeah, I'm working on a video about like introduction for sculpting, and so I wanted to do this live demo so that my demonstrations were actually useful, because if I just do a demo like on my own time, I'm not going to explain things properly because no one's going to be asking me questions, and I really need people to humble me. Otherwise I don't, like, I just get too used to what I'm doing. Also, no problem zone, Kami. Art is not beholden to those who are young. Nowadays, we're seeing a lot more younger artists because of the internet and how easy it is to kind of get into art and see a lot of resources and like tutorials, and also the tools to do art are a lot cheaper and more accessible. But you can learn to draw at any time, and you can learn to sculpt at any time, and you can learn to model at any time. You can do anything at any time. So like here's like sculpting, for example. Like say I was sculpting on this. This is not really the best example to sculpt on, but just pretend. Maybe a good example would be here's an example of like secondary detail. Like adding this. But my topology is ass. So anyway, I think we're gonna move on to Blender because we now have a lot more people, and I'm getting beyond the scope of what is accessible to people. Especially because ZBrush is not free. Question mark. So we're gonna probably leave it there. I'm gonna get rid of this. But yeah. R77 says, should I try getting into sculpting? This seems very cool. So what program? I think sculpting is awesome. I think it's worth dabbling into if you're interested. This is why I've wanted to create, one, this demonstration, and two, the video that I'm working on, because I just want people to have kind of a launch pad on what they can do to start getting sculpting. A lot of tutorials are a bit heavy-handed, I find. They're either a brush showcase of the software, or they're such a quick demonstration that they take their knowledge for granted and they don't explain concepts as they come along. This was a big point of contention for me when I was learning how to do 3D in general. Like, I just thought I was stupid because I didn't understand, but I just needed someone to take me through a lot slower. Sculpting isn't for everyone, and that's okay, but I think it's worth trying because of how accessible it is. And we're actually going to jump into Blender in about a minute. I think we're going to take a quick break. We're probably going to take a quick break for about like 15 minutes, and we're going to hop into Blender, which is a completely free program. No monetary anything. Everything is free. There are some add-ons, but you don't really need any add-ons to sculpt, like at all, I don't think. So anyone can learn how to sculpt in Blender for free. There's a lot of tutorials, and I've also created like a data sheet of like tutorials, for example. This program specifically is called ZBrush. It is the full version of ZBrush, I think it's 2022, and it is the most industry standard software for sculpting, but you don't need to use it. I like it personally. This is my favorite program to sculpt in. But people who sculpt for fun, even people who sculpt professionally, they don't have to use ZBrush. Blender is almost as good. It's getting better, but not quite yet. But yeah. So anyway, let's save this. Oops. That works too, I guess. Polygon 2. I was following this tutorial from SJD and it gave me a good intro ZBrush, but I cannot sculpt realistically shit right now. Yeah, do not expect yourself to sculpt realistically when you first start. This is the big pitfall that a lot of people get into, and it's kind of my gripe with my professor, even though I talk very highly of him. Our first project was like a realistic head sculpt, and that was not fair to everyone because he graded you as if it had to be good. So we definitely had a lot of talks about that. Yeah, no, it was we had to sit down. Like the entire class like failed. It's like, hey, well, you can't really expect us to be good at sculpting a head realistically when one, we just started using ZBrush. Two, no one sculpted before. And it was like, it was all in Dynamesh too. Like it wasn't like we didn't get to use a base mesh. We didn't use all these like shapes that I'm using here to like block things out. Like it was literally just like all in Dynamesh, and I was like, ah. But anyway. I had a friend use Blender to make pretty crazy stuff with it. Yeah, Blender's great. I think Blender is awesome, I just don't use it. That's my problem. They made me sculpt a bird, bro. If it was like a really simple like bird, like maybe. Because like if you made it in like simple shapes like this, I think that would be approachable. Like it's even simpler than Porygon too. Like if you get like one of those like chickadees, I think. But if it's like a realistic bird, like nuh-uh. That's like, especially with the feathers, you really can't expect that of people. Okay, let's put this away. I already saved you, so no. And if anyone does not have Blender, download it. If you are on desktop or PC or Mac, you can download Blender from Steam. This is my recommended way of getting Blender. It just keeps it up to date. You never have to worry about installing an update. You can always roll back, I think, and if you want to go back to an old version, you can just download that version from the Blender org. But this is the best way to stay updated, because otherwise you have to manually install, I think, like every update, and it's super annoying. First listen to it, yeah, literally. It's like the whole, like, what is it, like step 1, draw a circle for the head. Step 2, draw the rest of the fucking owl. It's just, yeah, we can't be doing this. Yeah. So, download Blender. If you don't have Steam, that's totally fine. You can just grab it from the Blender org. Let's, wow, Sonic. Maybe I shouldn't. Hold on. There we go. Blender.org. You can download Blender from here if you don't have Steam. Otherwise, I recommend Steam. So I'm going to boot up Blender really quick. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. And this should be what Blender will look like when you download it. And let's take like a 15-minute break. So it is 12:18. What's your goal for art stuff, if you don't mind me asking? No problem. I'm in school for 3D stuff and I have no direction on where I take it. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to ask you a question. Is it animation or game, or is it like a general 3D course? Because I went for games back when I thought I could get a job. I initially like when I was first like graduating high school, I wanted to be like an illustrator, and then I realized that I hated it, or I kept getting rejected. And then I was like, you know what? My true passion is probably like video games. Like I really liked video games. Like Gravity Rush 2 was a big inspiration for me, and I was like, I would like to work in some 3D capacity on a game. Thank you, R77. I hope you have a good time. I want to work in games in some capacity. And I was like, okay, well that means learning 3D. General kind of rigging anim comp mostly, switching my major to game design. Okay. So my pipeline was, okay, I'm gonna work in a game, let's look for some game programs. So I had no idea what I was doing. I've never learned 3D before. Didn't know anything, didn't know anybody doing this. So I like poked around some resources, I think. Like I talked to some people and we looked at like the schools that were near me. Oh, it's bad. Polybag, it's so bad. And animation is worse. I don't want to get into that later. Anyway, so I poked around, got some resources, found some good programs, got some good courses. There were some actually like decent schools around me. And I opted for one that was like for 3D game art. But the scope of what it encapsulated was quite large and really expansive, which was great. And it was an expedited program, but it wasn't too expedite. So it taught me, it did life drawing, it did like painting, it did modeling, sculpting, texturing, game engine stuff like in Unreal Engine. Like I was one of the first people to learn Unreal Engine 5 back in its like, even before like the preview came out. Like this was like the first like release of like Unreal Engine 5. So, and then we had like compositing, a lot of lighting, rigging. We didn't do animation, just rigging. Rigging was one of the best things that I ever learned. I'm so happy that we learned rigging. And then we didn't, like, obviously, like, we had, like, multiple, like, we had, like, modeling, like, every single semester, for example, and, like, painting, like, almost every single semester. Like, a lot of courses, like, repeated, and they just got more and more intense. Anyway, so, if you're in games, or if you're in 3D in general, they're gonna ask you to specialize really quickly, and that's probably what you're asking me. I decided to specialize in character art, and a lot of, like, sculpting. I initially was going to specialize in props. It is the, in quote, easiest one to get into, but it just wasn't where my heart was. When I first started sculpting, I had such a hard time, and it was not good for me. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't grasp it. It didn't take until 3 semesters, like a whole year, until it really clicked with me. And then and as soon as it clicked with me, I was like, I fucking love this. I want to do this for a job. I want to do it for my personal work. It is so meaningful to me. Everything about it. I love learning it. I love doing it. I love talking about it. I love it. I love character art. So that's how I decided to specialize. A lot of it, the prerequisites for me to learn how to specialize was essentially, one, I kind of had to be taught in a certain way that really clicked with me. This is probably the hardest part for people to get, like for that to happen to them. You have to either be taught a certain way to do it that clicks with you, or you have to find a certain way to do it that clicks with you. And then you kind of make that decision based on how you feel about it. Like, maybe this is just my specific way of doing it, but as soon as I clicked with something, I wanted to do it forever. And that's how I knew that I wanted to specialize in character art. But, yeah. Find what brings you joy. And this is like very milquetoast advice, but it really is. Like, find what brings you joy. Find what you love to learn. I love learning sculpting and 3D character art and the entire workflow. I love it so much. Find what you're okay with doing forever, perhaps, or like really motivating yourself and like strapping down and doing it. I think those are the 3 main points. I hate those art-related gen ed classes. Yeah, I had to juggle 8 classes like every semester, and like one of them or 2 of them were always like a gen ed, and it was stupid. But whatever. Anyway, yeah. So with that, we're gonna take 15 minutes. Hopefully that little pep talk was useful for anyone in 3D. I'll probably talk about the industry throughout the stream because I have too much to say. Let's bring up my BRB real quick. Edit that. Let's take 15 minutes. So it is 12:24 in my time. So I'll pretend it's 12:25 and we'll be back at 12:40.
Thank you, Leaf.
Okay, we ball. Go stretch your legs, go drink water, have a snack. I'm gonna eat Crispers. Pet your cat, and yeah, we ball. Okay, I'll be back. Oh my god, Driftville city theme. Wow. Crazy timing. I had to shove a bunch of crispers in my mouth because I forgot to eat. Momo's back in my room. We're gonna resume with Blender. This is where most of the learning is going to occur because I also don't really know how to sculpt in Blender. I did one personal project in Blender during one of my breaks from school, like my reading week or whatever. It was fun. That was before I fully fell in love with ZBrush, so I decided to do something in Blender for funsies. I had a good time. Now that I'm fully accustomed to ZBrush, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for me. So we're all going to learn together. So Blender made some good headway with beginners to get into sculpting via Blender. It's getting a lot of traffic from ex-ZBrush users because they have been bought out by Maxon and, became stupid. So they have this sculpting tab here that you can start right away, and it gets rid of literally everything else and goes right into sculpting. The only problem with this is that it's too primitive, I think. From the little that I saw of it, it looks like it just you can't add any more meshes and you can't do anything else. All you get to do is have a sphere and then I don't really get it. So we're gonna start with general, and then we're gonna get rid of everything that we don't want. Oh, true. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. So I hit the general button. So on that Blender pop-up that shows up, I hit general. I would normally hit sculpting, but it's too primitive for me. So we're gonna kill these things. I'm gonna kill them. Select this guy over here. You can hit X. You can hit delete. Select this other guy here. Hit X, hit delete. Or you can hit the delete key, I think. We're also gonna kill the default cube. Everyone loves killing a default cube. Blender is not accessible mentally for for beginners. This is the biggest reason why it's hard to recommend sometimes, because it is so overwhelming. It is also why the sculpting tab on startup is nice, because it gets rid of literally everything else and you can only sculpt. But it's too primitive for this tutorial. I'm about to sneeze in a second. Fuck. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to start with general. And we deleted all the things here. This is called the viewport, the 3D viewport. And we're going to make this more accessible to everybody. So I think I can kill these. Nice. So you see all these tabs on the top? We don't need literally any of these, but sculpting and I think layout. So right click on any of them except for sculpting and layout, and we're just going to delete them. We can always bring them back, of course. I'm gonna keep modeling. So now we only have 3 tabs to worry about. It's much easier for ourselves to grasp. The same way that I work in ZBrush is also similar to how I would work in Blender. So because Blender is an everything program compared to ZBrush, which is basically only a sculpting program, it's not, every tool that you use in Blender is not put there for the purposes of sculpting. It's put there for a lot of different reasons. And so the way that we go about things is going to be more different. It's also going to be a little bit, it's obtuse in a new way. So the same way that we would drag that sphere over in ZBrush so that we have a mesh that we can work on, we're going to do the exact same in Blender. But Blender is going to give us a lot more options. So let's focus on something that's achievable. So over here in the top left, you can hit the add button, or you can hit Shift A on your keyboard. For now, I'm going to go with what is available on the UI because that's more accessible, and I will also offer the keyboard shortcut as a secondary. Blender is very heavy with the keyboard shortcuts, but I find that, again, it's not useful for an introduction to the software on the first go at it. Unless it's necessary, we shouldn't be using shortcuts. They don't stay in your memory well. When you're first learning the software, I want to show you where it exists on the UI. You're far more likely to remember that it exists. And then the more that you use it, the more you're going to use those shortcuts. Blender heads will probably disagree with me. Blender heads are blender heads. I'm not a blender head. So that's the main difference here. So we're going to go to Mesh. And we're going to grab an icosphere. This is similar to the one that I used in ZBrush, but it's also kind of uglier. Let me actually kill it for a second. Maybe it's UV sphere? We'll use UV sphere. Now when it comes to navigating in Blender, it's gonna look a lot different. A lot more different. It's just different from ZBrush. It doesn't use Alt or the pen in the same way. So, what I would recommend, there's two ways of going about this. It uses it uses middle mouse button plus keyboard keys to do anything. What I would recommend is just not doing that. So what we'll do is we'll go to File, Edit, Preferences. On the left here, there's, where's it at? Sorry, Input. Left-hand side of Preferences, there's Input. There's a button here that will be automatically unchecked when you are first opening Blender for the first time. I have already used this, so it's already on. What you're going to do is you're going to click Emulate 3-button mouse. That means that instead of pressing the middle mouse button to do middle mouse commands, it's going to emulate the middle mouse button with Alt and left mouse. So it's just an alternative. So it means that anytime you want to do, in quote, middle mouse button commands, you would just hold Alt and then use your left mouse click, or like pen click. Something else you can also do under navigation, this makes it function a little bit closer to ZBrush, is orbiter on selection. You don't actually need this per se, and I didn't explain it in ZBrush because we didn't really need it, but it's just nice to have. It might not make sense right now. This is the most important one. So we can exit out here. There's no save button. Once you click it, it's saved. Now that we have that enabled, anytime that you hold the Alt key and then you use the left mouse button, it's going to do whatever that command is. So right now I'm holding Alt and I'm clicking, and what Blender thinks I'm doing is I am clicking on the middle mouse button. So if you either emulate the 3-button mouse with Alt and left click, or use the middle mouse button, and you don't touch anything, or you can touch your sculpt, I guess, you're gonna rotate. Rotate around your mesh. If you hold Alt, Shift, and then click, we're gonna pan. So this is again the equivalent of middle mouse button plus Shift. Or if you emulate the 3-button mouse, it's Alt, left click, and then Shift. This will pan. If you press Alt and Control plus your left click with the 3-button mouse enabled, you're going to zoom. And again, this is the equivalent of middle mouse button plus middle mouse button plus Control. So at any given time, you're going to be either pressing 1 or 2 keyboard buttons. So, I want to make this sculptable. I think it already is by default. There's a lot of buttons around here. We're just not gonna worry about them for now. Let's hit the sculpting tab. And let me just check and make sure this works. Okay, yeah, that's good. So once we've hit the sculpting tab, and we had, you see this orange outline here? We have the shape selected. If we hit the sculpting tab, it's automatically going to be sculptable. It's a lot simpler than ZBrush, where I had to do a bunch of dumb crap in order to get it sculptable. I had to like grab a primitive, put it on the canvas, hit edit, and then hit polymesh 3D, and then it was sculptable. This is just select it, go to the sculpt tab, and you can sculpt. In a recent Blender UI update for sculpting, it has added, looks like a new brush panel down here, which is nice, I guess, and like a search bar, but no one really knows what any of these symbols mean. So hopefully this still exists, where you can drag it, please. Oh, thank God. But you can't change the name, so it shows up. Hold on, this actually like sucks. People were like, oh, this is so great, what a great Blender sculpting update. And I'm like, no, this is horrible. Okay, never mind, you can turn on the names. We ball. Okay, sorry, let's go back so that you can see what I just did. We're all learning together. Okay, so what I did was, it's gonna start like this. One row on the bottom, no names. If you hover over them, it'll show you names in a description. I would recommend, I think we can keep it at 1. I think 1 is okay. Hit this button over here to the left of the search bar and click names. It'll show the names. We can also change the amount of brushes that show, or the preview size. Maybe I'll make it 40. Okay. Is everyone following along okay? I'm not going too quick or anything, because I'm also kind of learning how to do this. I haven't sculpted in Blender in a while, I just kind of know the basics. Silence, I'm assuming, is head nodding. Okay, cool. Okay, we have a simple sphere. We have brushes that we can actually see and understand on the bottom. And we know how to navigate. We know how to rotate this around. And among do other things. I'm gonna move this guy over. Okay. Let's start with something simpler than what I did in ZBrush, because I haven't sculpted in Blender in a long time. And I also personally haven't used it a lot of, I haven't personally used multiple meshes at once to sculpt with. It's just not something that I've just been used to. So we're gonna go with something with less shapes. So we're gonna go to level 1. For anyone who's recently tuned in, this is an infographic I made for Pokemon that are good approachable designs to start sculpting with at different levels of your beginning journey. So anyone who has never touched a 3D modeling program before, anyone who has never sculpted or like modeled or even drawn before, I would recommend starting on level 1. They have extremely simple shapes, very few plane changes, and very minimal extrusions. And from top to bottom, they go least to most difficult, and I've also named them on the bottom for anyone who isn't into Pokemon. The names are also in order. Actually, no, they're not. When I move them around, they're not in order anymore, sorry. This is Swinub, Igglybuff, Clef, Poliwag, Whipper, Porygon2, Chansey, Gengar, Furret, and Clefairy, Pikachu, Slowpoke, Mew, Espeon, Meganium, and Dragonite, and then Meltank, Charizard, and Lugia. I'm gonna fix this later. Level 2 is what I started sculpting with in ZBrush, and we have still minimal plane changes, but just more extrusions and more shapes overall. and the extrusions that exist are a little bit more complicated. So for example, Gengar has extruded limbs from a sphere body, but those limbs have fingers, so an additional layer of extrusions. Level 3 has more plane changes on the main body. So for example, you can see this highlight here on Pikachu's snout. This indicates a plane change, which means that the snout is going to be kind of pointed out, kind of like how a cat has like a pointed out snout. Still very mild, but it's still plane changes that exist nonetheless. You can't use a sphere for a body and then extrude these limbs and get a Pikachu. Not like you can with Igglybuff, for example. They have slightly more complex anatomy, but it's still very, very simple. Kind of like Dragonite's limbs. But then you go to level 4 and you have a little bit more complicated anatomy or extrusions or just more shapes overall. So for example, a good comparison between level 3 and level 4 is Dragonite v Charizard. Dragonite is basically just a bunch of cute little shapes stacked on top of each other. I'd say the most complicated thing are its wings, but even then they're very, very simple. But if we compare that with Charizard, Charizard has a lot more going on. It's a lot more anatomy. It's got indications of the deltoid and the elbows. And it also has more pointed fingers. Like it actually has like fingers and then the claws on top of it. And the wings themselves are a lot more detailed too. You can see a lot more form in these wings than you would with Dragonite. Dragonite is literally like a smooth sphere with like random claw extrusions. And I used him for a demo a little while ago. If you aim for these and you can sculpt them well, I'd say you're off to the races and you can do whatever you want. But you could also do whatever you want at any point. Don't let me tell you what to do. Okay, so because I don't sculpt in Blender very often, I want to do Whooper, but the head extrusions are kind of bugging me. I would be able to do that in ZBrush very easily, but in Blender I would actually have to like take my time, and I don't want to take too long. So let's make another Cleffa. I made a Cleffa in ZBrush Core Mini. But let's make a Cleffa in Blender. I already have all of my references here. So the first thing that I'm going to start with when it comes to making Cleffa is I'm going to want to make this main body shape and think about it without any extrusions. Think about and try to understand what this shape is going to look like without anything on it. So not the horns, not the hair, not the little extruded feet and hands, just this main body shape. Let me see if I can draw on it. This. So we're going to focus on that. So let's rotate. If you remember, the head in ZBrush just functions almost the exact same way. This should be the front, I want to say. We're also going to want to activate symmetry. So the same way that ZBrush has symmetry, Blender also has symmetry. But it's far easier to find the symmetry tool or the button than it is in ZBrush. It's literally just on the UI at the top here, instead of like buried in ZBrush. So we can just hit this little X button. And this means that we're now seeing X symmetry. And the same way that it shows up in ZBrush, where like it'll preview the other side, you can see it here in Blender. You might see me make gestures that I don't intend to do because I'm getting used to the software, and that just means that we're now more relatable because you're probably experiencing it too. Let's find my favorite move brush. I think it's called Grab in Blender. Yes. instead of having the settings kind of hidden like they are in ZBrush, where you have to press spacebar to bring them up, Blender uses this tab here, and it has a bunch of brush settings on it. You can also find some brush settings up here. You can also press and hold the F key, and if you just like hover your mouse over your tablet or whatever, it will automatically like show you this kind of preview for how big your brush can be. This is actually better than ZBrush. I like this a lot better. This is really great. So I want to make my brush pretty big, so I'm going to say maybe this big, and if I just click, it will just make my brush that big. So with symmetry enabled, we'll try to make this kind of egg looking shape to begin with. Before I do that though, what's it? Is there no way to like see my mesh polygons like I can in ZBrush? Oh, I think I fluked it, bro. I hit a button. Okay, go back to that. Rip. Alright, I'm just gonna operate on the assumption that I don't have that option anymore, which kind of sucks. Okay. We ball. Let's just make this shape. I'm gonna make this even bigger. Man, that's such a, I really like this feature. This is hard after getting used to ZBrush. I also don't know if I'm a fan of the head being gone, because now I don't actually know like what the front of my shape is. Ooh, display. Where's display? Display, draw all edges, that might be it. Where is display? Oh, okay. Sorry, thank you for looking it up. I actually found it. So for anyone who's looking for a way to show the topology and geometry a little bit better, over here, this is kind of like a little display tab, or like an overlay tab. So controls, I remember going in here last time I learned Blender. This controls a lot of overlays. You can see like text info, outline the selected object, stuff like that. And there's an option for geometry, and you can even control the wireframe opacity. I don't know if this has a hotkey. This is something that I'm going to look into, because this is something that I would really like hotkeyed. Face orientation, I don't like that. So I think I'll just work on a low opacity. Thank you so much, Clinical Chai. Okay. Here's another issue. How do you... This is why I miss the, I missed the head and ZBrush because it would like, you know which way like a face is supposed to be facing. But I guess you can just memorize the fact that like, well technically actually it should be this way. That like the front is always Y negative, but it's a little bit less accessible I find. Anyway. Let's keep making the shape. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like this for now. As I talked about in ZBrush, a lot of shapes will provide context for other shapes. So the more you add shapes, or the more shapes that you add, and the more that the final piece kind of gets blocked out and comes together, you're gonna notice that certain things might look a little off compared to one another, and that's how you know, okay, I need to fix this. So, when I was doing this in ZBrush Core Mini, I just made extrusions because it used Sculptris Pro, but because I want to keep this low poly in a similar workflow that I showed in ZBrush, we're gonna have to add more meshes for these extrusions. I could just like extrude with like the brushes, but this is just how I like teaching people and myself. So let me try something. Can I, is there no way to duplicate? Well, I can copy and paste, I guess, but can I edit it? No. Wow, that sucks. Kind of a bummer. So I guess in sculpting mode, you can only sculpt an object that you had previously selected in layout. So I selected the new one, and then I go to sculpting, and now I can adjust it. So you can see like both of them now, I guess. Does grab work? Is there no gizmo in Blender? Sorry, this kind of sucks now. I feel like I should teach her, but we're all learning together, I guess. There should be a way to bring up a gizmo other than just hitting this button, but I guess it works. If you hit one of these buttons on the left button here, or left side here, you have move, rotate, and scale, just like the gizmo in ZBrush. But instead of it being all in one gizmo, you get them in separate gizmos. But there is definitely a way to get all of them. I just don't really remember. Let's just go with this for now. Here's what I mean by sometimes the symmetry will mess things up. ZBrush is at least nice enough to not do it right off the bat, but Blender is not. So we have to turn off symmetry and then move it, and then we'll turn back symmetry on in a second. So now I have to hit scale. What? Why did the origin point move? How do I make it go back? There used to be a button for this. I couldn't hit mute fast enough. This is the Blender sculpting experience. How to Apparently it's in the end tab. This is not useful. Why? I don't like Blender. I'm gonna die, man. 10 billion viewers dropped off the face of the earth. This idiot can't figure out Blender. This is the universal experience. Why can't I just make it go in the middle of the object? Why did it move? That's my question. We're all in this together, so I will try. See, I'm so confident in ZBrush because it's like, wow, look at all these great features in ZBrush, and then I try to do them in Blender, and it's like, either it just straight up won't do it, or it's really convoluted. Like, for example, in Maya, like my main modeling program, if you like try to like box select like all these vertices here, it will just select all the vertices at the front and the back of the object. But in Blender, it will only select the ones from the front, and the only way to make it select the ones from the back is to manually have it go into wireframe mode and then turn it off when you're done. And it's like, why can't there just be a button that lets it so that I can either toggle it so it selects only the ones in Blender, which is like Legacy, or only the ones in the front, which is like Blender Legacy, or ones in the back and the front, which would be like Maya Legacy. Like, this is ridiculous. It's getting really hard to recommend this program. No, this straight up was an option. I remember this being a problem when I sculpted in Blender for the first time. I remember it. Why is it being like this? It's unlocked. That didn't do anything. Oh, cool. Why is the gizmo all the way over here? I don't want it there. It's, not where I want it to be. It moved all of a sudden at the world origin, or like whatever that 3D cursor thing is. I want it to be at the origin of my object. It was at the origin of the object, and then it just moved. But there used to be an option, like, somewhere. Wasn't. Blender I hated. Change it from the little button that looks like a crosshair at the top of the 3D viewport plus the median point. Giving up. But I refuse to just make a new object. I realize that I have to reset the object oriented center. I just don't know how to do that in Blender. And everything I look up is just incorrect and not doing what I want. It didn't do anything. Like I could. I don't want it there though. Thank you. This sucks. Wait. Why is it over here now? Okay. Everything I looked online said that I had to use like the full stop period key and then change this, but that didn't actually do anything. Thank you, Split Specs. I wish I knew why it moved to begin with. Is there no hotkey for scaling, rotating, and moving objects in sculpting mode? Do I actually have to go all the way to layout? Oh, okay. I see. Because whenever I would look up like how to move the gizmo origin, everyone would just say, "Guys, just hit the period key and change it to the median," and that was not helpful. Oh, I think I keep making it too big. Am I going crazy or is Remesh not doing what I want to do? I'm sorry, I think it's because I don't understand how this scale works with the voxel. Fuck this, hold on. Die. Okay, that should be better now. Blender my hated. This program is this ass? That's crazy. Okay, I'm sorry everyone, I'm a horrible Blender teacher. Let's try that again. Let's kill everything. When I first read your message that you're struggling to watch a stream because I'm so bad, and it's like, I'm sorry, man. Okay, this should be better now. There's a tool in Sculpting mode for that. Check the left panel. Not familiar with using it. I just would rather, I'm more comfortable switching back to object mode. See, this is my fundamental problem with Blender. I think this is unnecessary. That you have to go all the way back to the object mode just to move the object. Wow, my stream is lagging really far behind. That's actually so bad. Never mind, it's just not up to date. Getting my ass kicked right here. I was like, wow, it's gonna be such a great stream. I'm gonna teach people how to sculpt. Not so. Again, my fundamental problem with Blender, there's absolutely no reason why I should have to go all the way to the object mode just to, like, rotate or scale or translate my object. I want to go crying back to ZBrush, I'm not even gonna lie. But I will stick it out. So let's use Google. I'm running along the line. Like, I just want it to be on a hotkey. method is just to click the button. Ballin'. Okay, let's get back to where we were. I think the worst part about this is that now I feel like incredibly stupid. And that's like the worst thing ever. Oh, I'm sorry, Split Specs. I know mine is probably not ideal either. Thank you so much for helping me, by the way. I'm becoming a Blender hater, which is not ideal. I want to like this program really bad. I'm sure there are ways to make it do what I want in some capacity. I think I just have to meet it in the middle, which sucks. But that's all I can do. Sorry to everyone that's tuning in is like, wow, this bitch doesn't know how to use Blender. It's like, no, I don't. I don't. Okay. We ball. We're back where we started-ish. Okay, instead of duplicating my object, let's try to work with Blender here. We're gonna go back to layout. We're gonna just add a new mesh. So Shift A, or up on the top there, add a new mesh. We're gonna make another UV sphere. And then let's move it. So since we're in object mode, now we can use the hotkeys to move, rotate, and scale things around. There is a way to activate it so that all three gizmos are on at once. I think it's over here. I would like it if it was like this by default, and you could just press W and get it like you can in ZBrush, but I'm not gonna ask for anything from Blender anymore. And we're just gonna deal with the fact that it's hotkey first. We're gonna meet it on its own terms, and we're gonna hit G to freely move this around, affixed to this oriented camera view that I have it on. So we'll place it there for now. You can actually see where the origin is on this object, which is kind of nice. And then I'm gonna hit S for scale. The only problem here is that I absolutely do need to make the geometry smaller. Or, sorry, I need to give myself less topology because I don't need that much. Which is what I was trying to do before I like made the program crash by changing the voxel size. I swear Blender used to have it where like it would show the voxel size preview like with a grid, and so you could easily see like, oh, okay, if I like this number actually means that it's making it smaller or making it bigger. Nomad Sculpt has that, and I swear Blender used to have it, and I think they got rid of it, which is really bad for me. So, fun. Let's get Cleffa back. Sorry I killed it earlier. And if I want to translate horizontally, vertically, whatever, based on an axis, kind of like how I would do it in ZBrush, you either have to load in the gizmo or you have to use the axes key buttons. So if I want to move it left or right, according to what I'm looking at right now, oh, I hit the wrong button. G, and then it should be X. Yeah, X will move it left and right in this view. And then how do I duplicate it so that it's mirrored? Google save me. Wow. Oh yeah, the mirror modifier, I forgot. Hold on. Okay. In this tab here that I told everyone to ignore, we're gonna stop ignoring it for now. We're gonna add a mirror modifier. Oh, they changed this too. I guess we're just gonna look for it. So when you load in the mirror modifier, it's not gonna do anything. You have to like select the axes. So axes selected on X. You can also select whether you want to merge it, and then this is like the distance where it will decide whether or not to merge. And then we have to select which object it's referencing, so it should be this one. It said fail to set value, that's awesome. Also awesome, that's great. Why? Okay. So, for some reason it wouldn't let me select the object with the picker, and I had to get it from the drop down. So that's what we're going with. Okay, it's mirrored. I'm not gonna complain anymore. Oh, also, I still have it selected, so when I go into sculpting, it will still be here. This looks like a really tall Goomba. Okay, voxel remeshing. One, I'm gonna save this so that if I crash Blender again, I don't have to redo all of this. Connect desktop. Voxel size. Wow, I really wish, it showed the grid like it used to. Let's only change it a tiny bit so that I don't blow anything up. Okay, so that made it did something. Hi, Printoro. Why did it voxelize like this? Kitty. What happens if I have activity on? Okay. Don't like that. Don't like that either. Don't like either of those. What if, and this is just like a suggestion, what if Blender actually voxel remesh this like it's supposed to? Just a consideration. Like, I'm just throwing this out there. For any Blender dev. taking this back to Google. Because it used to, last time I used Blender, it had the voxel remesh, and it would show a grid, which would essentially equate to like quads, and you could just select the kind of size I want, and then it would remesh in quads. It would be a crazy good idea. It's almost like Blender like used to do this, and now it's not. I haven't sculpted anything in my life. I know you. I feel like I've never sculpted anything in my life too. This is very humbling. Let's see. Maybe I'm looking for quad remesh. Did they change it? Oh my god, there it is. Shift R and move the mouse. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, it should definitely exist as an add-on. It's just frustrating when it used to do this and now it's not. Or it just becomes so obtuse. Oh, okay, okay. So voxel size is... We back. Voxel size preview does still exist. It used to be Shift R, now it's just R. So I guess R for remesh. So... I want it really low poly. Did it do anything? Oh, okay. We ball. We got it. Okay. Anyone who is watching and following along, press R to show up like this remesh preview, and this will kind of show you like how much geometry or like how much topology you're looking for. And I want it really low because it's gonna be like, it's the little legs on Clef, it's gonna be very small, and I'm gonna start low for this. So something like around this range. Like I really don't need that much geometry. When you click, it will just be like, okay, this is how much you want, and it will update the voxel size up here, but you still have to press the remesh button. There. And it is actually nicer remeshing. It was a lot uglier earlier. So, we ball. Okay. I also have a mirror modifier on, so anything that I did to this right side, automatically got done to this right side. Or left. No, Rentoro, I agree so much. Blender is such an incredible... Like, as much as I've been harping on it this whole stream, and you can see my frustration in real time, so I swear I'm not making it up. As incredible as Blender is, it's so... It's literally fighting against itself the entire time that it exists. And it's really frustrating for people who, one, are industry professionals or students who, like, you know, were obviously forced to learn the industry application. Or, again, for industry professionals who use the industry applications at work. It's very frustrating to those people and any beginner that exists. It's a little bit easier for beginners because if this is a beginner's first software, they're not going to understand. They're not going to have any frame of reference. They're not, like, they're just going to know what they don't know, and then they're just going to learn the Blender way, and that's maybe fine for them. But it's even harder if you already know how to work in this work in 3D. And it's, yeah. Like, I remember this industry veteran that I followed, Delaney King, as contentious as she is, she had to switch to Blender for a little bit because she couldn't afford Maya LT anymore, and I understand, because it's like $400 a year. And I remember like her like live tweeting about it, and like just, oh my god, it's like when you learn the other industry standard software and then you go to Blender, you're just like, you feel like you just started learning how to sculpt. Like it's so it took an entire week to learn how to rig my first full model I made for a project. That's actually pretty good, Brintoro. Learning how to rig is very difficult, and I don't know a whole lot about rigging in Blender, but the add-ons in Blender are really good for rigging. And I learned how to rig in Maya, and just the conceptual understanding of rigging in of itself is extremely difficult and hard to grasp. Like skinning, like bones, like where to place the bones, weight painting, all that stuff. So that's actually really good. So I'm proud of you. That's ballin'. I really need to learn how to rig in Blender too. It like the fundamentals should still be the same. I think that like it would just be a different like workflow. But anyway, we have remeshed these little feet. Let's shape them into what we're looking for. So they kind of come to like a point and like a taper. So we can keep using the grab tool. And we'll just keep grabbing this. This is why I made this so small. If I like use like more topology, this would be a lot harder to get like a simple shape. Because like these shapes are so simple that you really need simple topology. This looks so ugly. It's oh, is Blender rigging really bad? See, I don't have a frame. Well, I do technically have a frame of reference, like in terms of like another rigging program. Just I don't know what it's like in Blender, so I feel like I would personally have to learn it in Blender before I can confidently say Blender is ass specifically. But like, no, literally, hey, it's free, haha, crazy emoji. Like, that's the only nice thing I can say about it. Sometimes it's like, oh, but it's free, and it's like, can we like? I would rather sometimes Blender be paid. Not obviously like an insane amount like these industry standard softwares are, but sometimes I would rather Blender was paid so that like maybe we would get like a more intuitive program. Like I understand, but I do still want it to stay free too. I don't know, I really like that it's open source. It's just I just want this program to be better. Maybe I should be the one. Like, it's so easy to sit here on my high horse and be like, well, Blender should like be better, but I'm not actually like offering anything like substantive. Like I'm not contributing, I'm not on the Blender dev team, I'm not donating, and I'm sure there are a ton of people who would like consult, but that would require me learning how to code, and I don't know how to do that. Yeah, kind of like I know devs are like, it's not that they're not fixing the program, they're clearly doing stuff, but because Blender is open source, anyone can just kind of contribute at any time. So the reason why Blender is like good at sculpting right now is because I think it was someone named Pablo, not Pablo Gomez. He's another guy who sculpts a lot, but he's not the same one. And I don't know if it's the other Pablo that is making Uniform. Maybe? But anyway, he was the one who was mainly contributing to sculpting on Blender for a really long time. And that's how we have the current, like, I think in like 2.8 we had a big sculpting overhaul. And that's when a lot of people jumped over to Blender for sculpting. But he left, and he doesn't contribute to the Blender org anymore, from what I understand. And sculpting has not improved at all ever since. These brushes on the bottom right of the screen, I think is like the only change that we've had in the sculpting tab in Blender in years. Like, it just desperately needs someone who believes in Blender for sculpting to just be on the project, and we just don't have anybody. Yeah, I get what you mean, Bertoro. Man, this is like low-key embarrassing to sculpt because I feel bad at it. Because I don't know what I'm doing. Is there no way to turn the gizmo off? How do I make it go away? I guess I would just hit a brush. In ZBrush, you just hit the Q button and it goes away. But I only know all of that because I learned how to use ZBrush, so again, incredibly privileged take for me. Okay, this works for now. We're gonna do that one more time to get used to this. So we're gonna head back over to layout, Shift A, add a new object, mesh, UV sphere. Let's move it over to the right. Let's scale it so it's a little bit smaller. Let's move it back. What we can also do is I can rotate this and then move it over here using the y-axis and bring it to the front a little bit and then move it over here. Yeah, Blender is, whenever people who are passionate about certain things contribute to Blender, Blender becomes really, really, really good at whatever that is. So a lot of people are super passionate about improving modeling programs. So Blender is like the best modeling program out there. I personally prefer Maya for blending or modeling. That's just the way that I like doing it. But a lot of people really, really enjoy modeling in Blender. And it's so good because so many people contribute to it because they're very passionate about it. But there's, again, because of no Pablo with Blender sculpting, it's just like no one's doing anything with sculpting. And then like there's other things that like are really abandoned by Blender because no one's passionate about it and contributing to the project. So Blender, I was super like crossing my fingers hoping that it would improve texture painting. Like real time, like painting on the object, nice controls, also painting on the texture itself, like texture painting. I've tried 3D coat. I don't like it. Even though I love hand painted textures, I just don't like 3D coat. I think navigating is ass. I think the UI is ass. I think doing anything in that program is ass. I'm being such a hater right now. I had a really, really hard time with it. And like it was just so I don't know, it was very hard. And it's not any better in Blender, and I was really hoping it would be. I was like, dude, like Blender would be like great for texture painting. Like I could do so much stylized like painting, hand painting in Blender. That'd be so great. I would love it. And then like I look at the texture painting in Blender, and it's just as bad, if not worse. It's probably worse than 3D coat. And I'm like, man, like this is where Blender could like really, really carve a great name for itself with texture painting. But we need people who are passionate about texture painting to contribute to Blender. And we don't have anybody. No, deadass. And then like, but then Pablander, I think, like Sparciel, the other Pablo that I was talking about, he's developing Uniform for iPad, and that is the most excited I've ever been about 3D modeling and like texture painting and like sculpting and UVing like ever in my life. Oh, and baking. Like Uniform is shaping up to be such an amazing program on the iPad, and it's why I'm not throwing my iPad out yet, like even though I never use it. I think he's coding it all in Godot, and because we're now making like a new like 3D program from the ground up, there's so many new things that we can just like, or not we, but that he's like adding right off the bat that are things that we've been asking for in other 3D programs for years that they don't add because we're using like 30-year-old code, like in Maya, for example. Like Maya's dead, bro. But because like it's being coded in Godot, and like it's all from like the ground up, and like it's being coded like now, like in this time, there's so many things that we've been asking for years in other programs, like legacy programs, that we're not getting, and we're now getting in Uniform. So I really, really need to move a project over to Uniform to do texture painting, because I saw some demos of texture painting in Uniform and it looked so good. Like it was exactly what I wanted. It was what I wanted 3D Coat to be, and it's like, okay, maybe the future is Uniform actually. Anyway, so let's add that modifier. Mirror. Why? Okay, there we go. Okay, back to sculpting. We're gonna preview the voxel, so probably even, honestly, I feel like the legs were almost too high poly. I should go like here maybe 500 or like 0.5 in the remesh. I really wish these boxes weren't so ugly though, not gonna lie. Okay, grab is already selected. Let's make it smaller with the F key. I've been really wanting to get an iPad 2 just for 3D and Procreate. My baby probably will soon because I have 4-hour commute to campus is insane. Is that like cumulative, like 2 hours there, 2 hours back? Or is that like 4 hours each way? Because that's, holy. I think I knew someone who had like a 2-hour, one at one point. No problem, Plant Bunny. Thank you so much for sticking by, especially like during my evil Blender hating arc, which is still kind of ongoing, but we're working with it. I really appreciate anybody who stuck by while I was getting very frustrated with this program. Again, I know Blender is good. I just want it to be better. Thanks again for doing this. I'm sure a lot of people will find it helpful. I hope so. I'm trying my best, which is why I'm very embarrassed that I'm getting frustrated at Blender, because I really understand that Blender is the way that a lot of people are going to start sculpting, and I'm really trying to accommodate that. It's just difficult if your teacher can't even use Blender, which is embarrassing to me. Like I want to do good. Like I want to help other people. I want people to learn how to sculpt. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much, Plant Bunny. This is good enough for now. He's so silly looking. Okay, let's add the horns. Again, we're gonna go back to layout, shift A, not that. Another UV sphere. And G, let's move it. And we'll scale it a bit. And we'll kind of place it here-ish. Okay. And then we're going to mirror it like normal. So add the mirror modifier. And we'll grab the object. And we don't want to merge it, so just turn it off. Honestly, I should have just been turning it off. What happened to the... I have no idea what happened to the arms. It's really great. I like it when it does that. Shift A. Da, 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 da. Sorry if you heard my stomach growl. I didn't eat. Because I'm bad. Actually, one of the things I found really difficult about Blender was, because it doesn't really, like, default to a gizmo, where the gizmo's, oriented to the world origin. So, for example, if I, like, grab this, it's like, this is the x-axis, Z and Y. Because I'm used to that, I found it really hard to grasp, like, using the coordinate XYZ buttons like on my keyboard to do what I want, because I actually like couldn't really grasp the concept of like which axis I needed it to move on. Like I would just randomly click on ones until I got what I wanted, but it wasn't until I started like doing engineering and like other engineering designs that I really got the axes like memorized. So I'm actually way faster at doing this, because normally I would be like I would hit like grab, and then I'd be like, oh, okay, well, I need to move it this way, so I would be like, oh, wait, that's not the one I want, oh, wait, that's not the one I want, and I'd be like, okay, that's the one I want. but now I'm a little bit quicker at it. So don't worry if you're a little bit slow at that, if you have to use Blender. Okay, we're gonna work with this for now. So we're gonna go back into sculpting. Yeah, Y and Z are really confusing. It actually kind of works out because in my modeling programs at work, Z is up because it's engineering. Meanwhile, in like Maya and ZBrush, Y is up because computer. Okay, I can explain it. So, when we first started engineering, and we looked at a sheet of paper, and we would work on desks. The way that the paper was oriented, Y is like up relative to the paper, and X is like right and left relative to the paper. But we work on the paper on a desk, which means that the new axes, when it comes to creating 3D objects, is actually up like to the sky and like down to the earth. So like if you think about it, like you use your phone, for example, and you put your phone on the desk, and then you draw a coordinate on it, Y and X. Y is actually like up relative to the paper, but it's not up relative to the world. But if you take your phone screen and you look at it on an angle, like facing you, and if you draw Y and X again, Y is now relative to the world up, and Z is now relative to like touching you, like it's going like shoom. That's why we have this difference. But certain programs will decide whether or not they're Y up, and certain programs will decide whether or not they're Z up, just for some reason what they decided. But yeah, that's how it works. So when I do 3D CAD modeling, Z is up because that's just how it works in engineering. But in a lot of 3D modeling, because like the program would have started on a computer, like the computer is like, you know, parallel to your face, Y is up relative to the screen. Even when engineering moved onto screens, they still kept the Z up thing. And it also actually, it's still like that on CNC machines too. Okay, let's remesh this guy. So I'm gonna go really low again. Remesh, okay. Let's, it's kind of a really coney shape, so I think I'm just gonna like grab the tip of it for now. I could, yeah. 3D printing, I haven't, well, okay, I actually kind of do it at work sometimes, but it's not really my job. I could talk about 3D CAD sometimes. I was thinking about, because I ended up switching over to 3D CAD instead of like entertainment industry stuff, I was thinking about like making a video on that for anyone who was trained in like games or animation and are like, hey, there's no jobs, maybe I should go into engineering. I got really lucky and I work at like a small company, so they don't really like care that I didn't learn engineering like in school. I just, you know, learned on the job. But a lot of other companies, like if you go to like a big company, they're gonna care a lot. Not gonna lie, not a big fan of this voxel remeshing in Blender because these quads suck. And I don't know. I thought that this was the equivalent to Z-remesher, and if this is the equivalent to Z-remesher, it's not very good. Like, it's really difficult for me to make a shape that I'm looking for. So ugly. This is probably why my first sculpt in Blender ended up being so ugly looking. I think I can make this box a little bit bigger. Oh, that's actually something that I like about this voxel preview. It actually jumps right to whatever your old preview was. So, make it a little bit bigger. There we go. I think we should compare these clefas with the ones that I made in ZBrush Core Mini, because I also struggled heavily in making this in ZBrush Core Mini because I was forced to use Sculptress. And I think I can only make one mesh, I think. So this will actually be kind of fun. So we're still not doing anything more intense than literally just moving this around and then smoothing it. So far it's been... I haven't done anything advanced compared to what I was doing in ZBrush, which I was trying to not do. I was trying to keep it as simple as I could in ZBrush. There should be a... What does this do? I want to see what this does. I feel like I don't have enough geometry for that. We'll go with... no. Hold on. We're gonna bring back the inflate brush. Inflate, my beloved. Because this shape is not correct. I still don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse that I'm not good at sculpting in Blender in terms of like teaching other people. Like, I feel like it probably makes this a lot more relatable of a sculpt because it will probably look more similar to other people's sculpts. But at the same time, I can't look at myself like I have credentials. I don't know. We'll see. I think I'm actually going to wrap up after this cleffa and then we'll talk about my ZBrush Core Mini guy because I put a hair mask in at 11 and it's been 12, 1, 2. So I have to finish up in the next hour because I don't want to keep this in for longer than 4 hours. Which is probably good because I don't want to be here all day and waste everybody's time. Okay. Back to cleffa. We have one more main thing to do, which is the hair swirl. We could also do the little back swirl, but there's not really any good references for it. Kind of looks like this, but that's not actually what it looks like all the time. So we're gonna just pretend that it doesn't exist. Only for the purposes of, we're gonna pretend it doesn't exist only for the purposes of sculpting a little butt on him. Because I did that in ZBrush Core Mini last night with my partner, and it was really funny. And that's something funny to laugh at the end of the sculpting time. So, I'm going to reference the 3D model. Because this is, obviously we cannot really sculpt this per se, it's like 2D, it's a little too 2D. We can kind of look at how they decided to sculpt it in the model. So, let's add a new object. Shift A, mesh, another UV sphere. Gonna move it, scale it. I don't think we have to... Yeah, we don't have to make it symmetrical. We're gonna ball. Let's go back to sculpting. We'll remesh it. Probably around here for now. Like that. Okay. So the way that I started mine, my partner ended up doing a little bit differently. Both of ours looked good. I liked his approach a lot, and I thought my approach also looked good. What he ended up doing was he basically made one big shape and then like carved into it. Which I think is probably more approachable for beginners, so I'm going to try to emulate what he did. So let's do that. Oh, also I guess G for grab is a hotkey, so that's good. And we're just gonna grab this guy. So it kind of like floofs up like way more than I thought it did. And then what else did he do? I think he pulled this geometry forward a bit, and we're gonna have to remesh this, of course. I think he pulled this out, and then I think he basically made like a shape like this and then carved out the rest of the detail. So this might be a good example of like remeshing so it's higher density of polygons, and then we're using a lot of polygons to create shapes rather than less polygons to create a big shape. So now that we've got like the main shape, low poly, let's remesh this. So let's go here for now. I think this is good to start with. Here we're going to do our first amount of subtractive and additive sculpting. So let's grab clay strips. This is the brush that I like a lot. Something that I would recommend is I went ahead a little and made the swirl using a 2 to create the swirl. That's a good idea, I thought I want. I'm actually curious. Swirl using a 2 to create the swirl pattern. Oh, okay, probably. Okay, I see what you mean. That's a very valid approach. If anyone finds this one too difficult, you might be able to look that up. I'm actually glad that you went ahead. This is cool. I really appreciate that. Thank you for telling me. There's a way to... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Maybe I'll just deal with it. Oh, maybe it was this. Hardness. I like making it a little bit softer. Okay, so the first amount of subtractive sculpting. So... See this shadow here? This is a plane change indication. So we can use it to indicate like the fact that it's like swirling around. So, hold on, too big. Okay, so I don't have enough polygons to do this, so let's remesh it one more time. This much. Okay. So, additive and subtractive sculpting is just adding or subtracting. You can do this by just clicking on it for additive, and then you hold Control to do subtractive. I'm actually have to make that a little bit smaller. And let's just try subtracting. Sorry, I keep trying to use Alt because that's what it uses in ZBrush. I'm just gonna like slightly do that. You can actually kind of see how we already have a little bit of a swirl happening. And we can also add a little bit more over here too. So I'm just kind of blocking out this swirl shape. If it gets too ugly, you can always just smooth it down a little bit. Which I definitely recommend doing because these, I can't say I'm a fan of how Blender is remeshing at all. I think these voxels suck. I mean, it's most similar to Dynamesh, like the way that Dynamesh remeshes. I'm sure there's a quad remesher in Blender, so when I'm done here, I think we're going to look into it really quick. Like, surely there's got to be a way. I think this is okay to start with. It's more exaggerated than theirs, so I could try to bring it back. Reel it back in a little bit. Also, you could have extruded this from the body. You could have just like used the body and then like created like snake hook and then like keep remeshing to kind of create this extrusion instead of using separate objects. But I think it's a little bit easier for beginners to use separate objects. I think it's also how a lot of sculpting tutorials work nowadays too. Yeah, you can really see how like this topology is not that fun. Like for the person who asked like a while ago, this was back when we were doing ZBrush. This sucks because like it's not doing what I want it. If it was just like a nice uniform grid, but yeah, pain. Okay, let's work with this for now. You know what? I'm gonna look out quadrimesher really quick. Oh, it's an add-on. It's $60? Someone says it's the best auto remesher out there for Blender because it's based off the same tech that powers Z remesher, and there's nothing better for auto remeshing at the moment than Z remesher. For the price tag validation, it comes down to how much use you'll find out of it. If you're thinking it'll be one-click solution to all your retoppo issues, it won't be. But it will put you in a much better starting point compared to other remeshing options. I do art reviews, says I don't write Reddit. Okay. That's good to know. So I basically have to pay $60 to get it to remesh like it should in ZBrush. Noted. If I fully removed my sculpting to Blender, I would pay for it. This voxel remesher really sucks a little bit, not gonna lie. But it's just because voxels aren't really that great. But I swear, like, when I voxel remesh in Nomad, it's not this bad. So, I don't know. Anyway, let's, unfortunately, remesh this again, because I'm gonna need a little bit more detail to create the plane changes. I'm gonna save in case it explodes. Okay. So here's a really, really fun brush, and this is something that you can use to indicate plane changes really nicely, is the Draw Sharp, I think. Yes. This is the equivalent to DAM standard in ZBrush, and it's one of my most used brushes. It will, by default, kind of make creases. But if you use the control key the same way that we would flip whether it's subtractive or additive with other brushes, this one will now make it additive, which means that you can create some really nice creases with this. Obviously, I don't have enough resolution to really make a nice crisp edge, but this is good enough for our equivalent of in-quote sketching. I also think I'm going to remove the geometry wireframe because now we don't really need to use it that often, and then we can just focus on how the sculpt looks. So, same way that they've indicated this plane change here, I'm going to indicate it here. We can also indicate other plane changes like this, and just kind of defines this a little bit better. You can also define this one too. And yeah, this one. Kinda. I don't actually know if this one's any better than the one I made in ZBrush Core Mini, so I'm actually excited to look at them side by side. I'm just kind of smoothing this out. I'm actually gonna move this. I don't really want to do that. We'll put that for now. And then I'll also bring this back again so it's still a bit heavy. All I'm doing is just smoothing it and then moving it to try to like make the shape a little bit nicer because it was pretty jaggy, kind of lumpy. Still not super ideal, but it's not bad. I'm sure Thought Omelets is probably better than mine because they use a swirl. But yeah. Bringing this plane change back a little bit. Okay. That's okay. We'll go with that. It's not bad, I guess. Okay, now the rest of the body is too low poly, so let's make it a little bit bigger. We have to, apparently, go back to layout and then select the one that we want to edit, and then we're going to remesh it. So just choose kind of what voxel size you think works best for you. We're going to remesh it, and then we're just going to sculpt it to try to make it look a little bit smoother. Sorry, my camera movements are a bit janky. I'm still getting used to the Blender navigation. Let's do the same thing with the horns. And the horns I might actually sculpt a little bit onto, just because it needs a bit more work, maybe? Or maybe they're fine. Well, it actually needed more geometry in order to get to a nice point, I guess. This is fine for now, I suppose. I don't want to pixel push. Back to layout, back to sculpting. I think there's a hotkey for switching from layout to sculpting really quickly. I just don't remember. And then same thing with the legs, feet thing. Still a bit grainy, still a bit low poly, but I also don't want to exceed and like it doesn't really need to be that low poly. And I can always apply a modifier, which I think would be a good time to do that. But before I do that, I want to give him a butt. So let's go clay and oh, is my symmetry not on? That's weird. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna give him a butt. boxes just aren't really enough. I'm gonna remesh them. Still like not the greatest topology, but I guess I just have to deal with it. Let's carve out his butt so we can carve where it kind of meets like this, and then we can also carve like this plane change here. So it really kind of sells the fact that it's a butt, I guess. The one on Core Mini is better, I think. Definitely does not have enough of a butt. Oh, we could use the inflate brush for this. And then, to get rid of some volume here. Okay, we ball. Wow, that's like a really... I'm leaving it. I don't want to touch this anymore. Okay, let's carve out his face. I feel like at some point I should like really finish a Pokemon sculpt so that people like don't think that all Pokemon sculpts are ugly. I swear to God. You just have to not suck at Blender to do them, I guess. Well, in my case, I have to not suck at Blender. Everyone else is better than me. So let's go back to Draw Sharp, and then I'm just gonna kind of carve out his facial details a little bit. Oops. Too big. Let's remesh him one more time. Where'd he go? Okay. I don't really know what just happened. And then I guess I'll just do this for his little cheeks. That's it. This is definitely what a Clefairy looks like. His face is this small. I mean, I guess they are. Let's compare him with the one that I did in ZBrush Core Mini. What did I do with him? I'm just grabbing the images right now. He looked like this when I made him in ZBrush Core Mini, and I had to extrude all of his facial details like from the main sculpt itself because I couldn't have more than one thing at a time. And that's a little butt that I made for him. So let's compare. Looks like I made the horns kind of big. Yeah. I feel like I wasn't helpful at all, and I feel a little bit bad, but I hope that at the very least this does make sculpting a little bit more approachable. And I know that it doesn't really look like I sculpted at all because all I did was just move a bunch of shapes around. And I understand that it probably defies what a lot of people think of as sculpting, but this is the building blocks of sculpting, and a lot of learning how to digitally sculpt is learning how to set it up for yourself and begin sculpts. That was the most difficult thing in the world to me. Like, someone could do a brush demo on a sphere in Blender or ZBrush or whatever else, and they could show me what all these brushes mean, and they could show me all of this additive, subtractive, all these shapes and all these polygons, and they could make all sorts of stuff, but I didn't know what to do with that, and it wasn't useful to me. Those brush demonstrations are nice to see what is possible when you have something like this, and now you need to sculpt on it, but it doesn't really tell you how, doesn't really tell you how to get started. It just kind of tells you how to finish it, which is kind of funny because a lot of them are like starting guides, but you're not actually starting anything, in my opinion. This is what I struggled with when I started learning how to sculpt. So it's important to be able to visualize things in 3D and work on that, break things into smaller shapes, and then combine all of those things, and then you can start doing all that cool sculpting stuff. A lot of the actual genuine sculpting for me happens usually around the 50 to 75% mark in a project, depending on what the project is. If it was something like Clefairy or Cleffa, a lot of it is so simple that you don't actually really have to sculpt a whole lot. The most we ever did was the hair. But when it comes to like organic objects like humans, you're still going to be spending a lot of time on the blockout stage, but there's so much more secondary detail and tertiary detail, like wrinkles or like bone, like the clavicle sticking out. Like, that's like secondary detail. Pokemon don't really have that, which is why I think they're really good for learning how to approach the 3D modeling program and how to start a sculpt and what tools are available. And then you can learn all that kind of stuff when you like move up the Pokemon chain, for example, like with, you know, my little image. And I'm just gonna stick them back on the screen because I think it's, I mean, I personally think, for me, I kind of wish that I did this, but I also wasn't into Pokemon when I started, so yeah. You actually taught me a few good tips. I didn't realize my main problem was starting on a sphere that was way too high resolution. Yeah, it's a big, it's a big roadblock for a lot of beginners, is like, you don't, fundamentally understanding resolution is to fundamentally understand how to sculpt, or at least it's a huge part of it. Like, it's one of the big pillars of sculpting. So by doing something simple like this and being like, nah, we're totally remeshing this sphere if it's too high poly. We don't need it. We need to start somewhere small, somewhere basic, somewhere low poly. Yeah, a lot of tutorials start with like the default sphere and then they just like sculpt a head out of it. And I'm like, okay, first of all, learning how to sculpt digitally and learning how to sculpt in general is like two different things. So not only do I not know how to do anything in ZBrush or Blender. I also don't know how to sculpt a nose, or like how to sculpt an eye, or like the entire face. So like you're just getting bombarded with like problems. And that was a big contention when I started. So the simpler you can make your sculpt, and the simpler you change your approach to sculpting in the program, the easier a time you're going to have, and the more you can build off that in order to get stuff like this. Also really, really quick, sorry. I know I said that I was going to finish soon, but I still have half an hour. I don't know if I'm going to take the full half an hour. I do want to show kind of what, did I save? I can open ZBrush for this. Let's save that. Let's close Blender. I'm going to keep this guy around. Oh, I should have taken screenshots of him in Blender. Sorry. I'll open it later. I have a ZBrush file that I worked on for a demo. What did I do with it? Oh, there it is. I'm just going to open ZBrush real quick and you can kind of see, because I understand like maybe to a refined eye, someone's looking at the Pokemon sculpts that I did today and yesterday and they're like, this girl like doesn't know what she's talking about. I do sometimes, and I just want to show you what it looks like if I'm not teaching, and I was just kind of doing a demo on my own time whenever ZBrush decides to load. So this is a Dragonite that I did in ZBrush a little while ago. I used my same blockout method. So this is kind of, this is what I mean by like a level 3 sculpt. You can see I use a lot more like shapes here. Also more plane changes, stuff like that. This took about 45 minutes. And I also have, at least I thought I did. Do I? Guess not. Okay. I have another one. This is one that I made with like only sculptures. It's really rough. This is what I expect. This is a workflow that I don't like. So you can see the difference in like quality here. This is with a workflow that works for me. This is with a workflow that doesn't. I recorded these to show you like what sculptures and Dynamesh looks like. Obviously not you, I guess right now, but in the video. And this was with the method that I showed off in this stream. Personally, I teach this method. I think it's much more approachable. You can get so many more shapes, better shapes that way, everything. This is just kind of a demo. Well, this is how a lot of people sculpt, I guess, because they don't really know what they're doing, which not like I do either. But yeah. I really need to finish this dragon. It's kind of cute. Anyway, I think I'm gonna end stream here, unless anyone has any more talking points and or questions to add. Right? Okay, this is what I mean by like, 1, I like ZBrush. 2, ZBrush is so quick, and like 3, when you start getting used to these workflows that you're into, it really doesn't take that long to do stuff. I fumbled around in Blender like the whole time, and it still took me a while to just make something simple. But if you asked me to make like Cleffa and ZBrush, I mean, I would do it right now. Hold on, we ball. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, it's not polymesh. Oops. Also, I really don't know why ZBrush keeps like killing itself on my thing, but whatever. Sorry, I started sculpting again. I like sculpting. I can't help it. Yeah, let's speedrun this. Let's see. It's 2:39. Let's see what happens. See how long it takes me to make this. I'm actually gonna use this. Turn that off. This makes it so that my polygons preview at a higher resolution, but they aren't actually at a higher resolution, which is really useful. I use it all the time. And then after this, I think I'm gonna make 2 packets of ramen. I'm hungry. Okay. This is good enough. Now. Oh, that's why I was being weird. This time doesn't count. I have to fix ZBrush. Hate it when it does this. I'm not saying anything because I'm in the zone. I'm sorry. My mic picks up a lot. I really hope it's not picking up my stomach. It's so embarrassing. Sometimes like I'm listening to ASMR and like the ASMR artist like obviously hasn't eaten and they're like stomach growls and it makes me so irrationally angry. I'm like, eat something! But then when I'm doing something, I'm like, no, I'll eat later. And it will be glorious when I do. Okay, no, I think I just tried deleting it. Oh, here's a W for zero mesher actually. Because I'm trying to make these into points. This is where I would do zero mesh. And see how it's like giving me topology that comes to a nice point. And then when I put on like the dynamic subdivision, it just looks nicer. I think I still have to like, oops, stop. I think I still have to like do this a little bit though, but yeah. And then I can do the same thing here. Isn't it just like so nice when it gives you the topology that's good and you can sculpt on it nicely and like you know what to expect? That's crazy. Such a insane concept. And if for any reason ZRemesh isn't doing what you want, like see this? This is actually kind of ugly. Check this out. Where is it? Where is it? ZRemesher guide. Peep this. Well, it kind of did what I wanted. But you can tell ZRemesh how you want it to remesh. It didn't actually work. That made it worse, but we're gonna pretend like I didn't bundle that. But I have used ZRemesh like guides like all the time, especially when like I'm working on like faces for characters and I'm working kind of low poly. And I'll basically tell it like, hey, I want like the ZRemesher to like make the topology go like this so that when I sculpt on it, it's easier to sculpt on. This is really holding the sculpt back. Bam, way better. probably not exactly what Clepa's tail looks like, but I'm just gonna use it. Like, it's kind of more cinnamon rolly, but whatever. Oh shoot. Flubbed it, bro. Oh, I'm coming down to the wire. So far it's been like 20 minutes. I should not have panicked to get so much more. Bam. The ball. I can even paint on them actually. Ta-da! Sorry, I had to fix them. It's still a little ugly, but I'm gonna deal with it, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So that wraps up this demonstration. I hope that I could at least be of some use to people in trying to help you familiarize yourself with the introduction of sculpting itself. I know it's not easy. I know it's really, really difficult. And it's very adverse to beginners. I want more people to sculpt. I want more people to feel like it's something that they're capable of doing, because everyone can do it. It's just a matter of finding what works for you. Thank you very much for asking questions and engaging with me, and just being here. It was really nice. This has helped me a lot in recognizing how I can make my introduction video better for sculpting. So I'm going to end up making probably not too much script changes, but my struggle with Blender has enlightened me to how not approachable it is. Like, I was initially going to sing its praises for the changes that it made with getting started in sculpting, but then I started actually sculpting and I wanted to rip my hair out. So that's not good. But I'm sure someone picking up ZBrush could say the exact same thing, so I'm really not sure. But anyway, thank you very much for tuning in. And that's all I have to say. Thanks, everyone. Yay, awesome. And if you have any questions on sculpting, feel free to... I think my email is on my YouTube somewhere. And I think my DMs are open on Instagram. I've had some people ask me. Bye, Zonkami. Thank you so much. And thank you, Thought Omelet. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, let me know. I can also send over some resources if needed. I think in the description of the VOD I'm going to plug some resources for anyone returning. And yeah, thank you everyone. Bye bye.